Alright, so is this just the Stanley parable? Is there more to it? Alright, oh, I need to take down my water. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, Ash is, I think more comfortable than I am with some things. But yeah, after I had, that last game, what was it, one shot? After I saw, that it had, like, names and stuff, it made me real nervous. And so I've been a little bit more cautious about stuff like that. Because there's enough information on my computer to identify me and where I live. Ultra Deluxe. Oh, is there? I don't know if there's an Ultra Deluxe option. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, got it. Good call. Have you? No, never played it before. Slide into the computer is barely visible. I'm gonna look at it on stream because I feel like that would be better. It'd be better if it's barely visible for you guys. Not so much for me. It's in its current time. What time is it? Okay. 5. Can I not change it? There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright. I guess we begin the game. You banned your sister's kids from all my PCs after car going through my docs. I mean, I should really use my other computer for, like, stuff like that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
At least he has an
Orders
office.
came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
That sounds awful.
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
What?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
No, it's
Shocked,
not.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
What? Can I not do anything? Can I pick up anything? Alright, I guess we go out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, I didn't. I was gonna look at the screen. I didn't think it would act.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Maybe. Okay. How to use help. Is that the meeting room? Oh, can I climb up on it? Can I jump? I got an achievement. You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. That's great. Why can't you jump? That's probably like the first thing anybody does. That's interesting. Look at that. There's like that doesn't look finished out there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know, I don't like the narrator. So we're not going left. I'm going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I did go right. You're ignoring the narrator. I guess. I don't know.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I get a soda? All these cups are empty.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh, shut up. I wanted a soda.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, OSHA would have a field day in here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
That door didn't close behind me. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Do not jump for the cargo lift as emotion will cause death. We gotta do that, right?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Game over, guys. Good job.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh, we started over.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, well, we found one way to die.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
sprint?
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We can't sprint
Perhaps
either.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Like this door? Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Penalty for jumping off the cargo is $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not
Well, we
your
already saw that
enemy,
bit.
really,
That's
I'm
why I
not.
rushed back. I rushed
I
back
realize that
before.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about
Could I jump
nothing
over
but
there?
you all this time. There's someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
All right, narrator, what do you want? I'm not rushing. Do you feel like I'm rushing? I just figured this might be my one chance to jump over here. Do not stand on this side of the fence. Kind of hard to stand on the other side.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Well, I feel bad for him. We actually got him, like, to be, like, nice and like, asking. Should we go through the red door? Blue?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I hit spacebar and it just went back.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
That's funny. Okay, now it's funny. It's funny again. Let's go.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I get the feeling there's an achievement for just staying in the office forever. Let me guess, nothing?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
What you got?
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Ah, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? Let's go.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
What do you guys think? 1? Anybody else want to vote? I kind of would go like 3 in the middle because he's like, I don't know. But everybody wants 1. 1. Okay, that's a vote for everybody. You get 1.
A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay, what do we got? Oh, leaderboard. 2 seconds. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Wow. I'm 9,328 out of 9,328 players worldwide. That can't be accurate. This game's been out way too long for that.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Honestly, that it is working on me. Like, I really want the leaderboard. I like the leaderboard. I know it's fake, but I do kind of like it. 1 again. We have votes for 1. 1, 1. Alright, 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Wait, where is it? Okay, what we got?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course,
Danger?
the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, so, bye, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter,
I'm not a
I
fan
don't
of
know
baby.
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
What do we got?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Alright, what do we got?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Why do they have so much propane on a forest fire lookout tower?
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? What's the problem?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I
We're out
can
of the
sneak
woods
through.
now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
I can get through.
Let's find
I can sneak
another
through.
game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just
Do I
a
get a
nice
car?
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally
I'm going in the goal.
impressed.
Since I like blue, I'm going in the orange goal to score.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Wait, we have the ball? Hey, let me step in here first.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Sorry, I burped a little. Do I have a flashlight? I can't see anything. Oh. Where am I? I have Rocket League, but I've never played it. I think I have Rocket League anyway. This is turned into Portal. Oh, we got lights on over here. Wait, look at what is that thing? What is that face? Is that like a face? On the bottom right monitor there? I don't know, looks like a face. Looks like a face. A little alien face, but a face nonetheless. Oh wait, there's my cube. Her office. It's starting to remind me of a story I read one time, or there's a webcomic where this guy he died, and
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So anyway, he found this place and he died and went to the bad place. And hold on. And so the devil's like, okay, well, here you go. Here's your apartment. You know, there's your. I know you like video games in real life. Here's your video game system. Here's your, you know, widescreen TV. Make sure you get to go know your neighbors. You can go out, you can party, do whatever you want to. But yeah, there's only one rule, and there's this door back here at the back of your apartment. Don't open it. Don't ever open it. It's not locked or anything. You're allowed to. There's nothing stopping you from opening it. But just don't ever open it, because once you open it, you can't go back. And so you know he lived there for a long time. He played video games. He met the neighbors. Had made some great friends. They went partying and they were loving it. But he noticed sounds coming from that door he wasn't allowed to open. Sometimes it sounded like moaning, sometimes it sounded like banging. It was always muffled, not very strong. And eventually, and over time, over the months, the sounds would get a little bit louder and a little bit louder until they were getting kind of hard to ignore. So he decided, I'm gonna go look in that door. And so he went and he opened the door. And inside was him. Completely wrapped up in like from head to toe with this like latex and like bound to a chair. So he couldn't move. He couldn't talk. He couldn't look at anything. And the moment he laid eyes on it and realized that it was him, he was inside of that. He basically switched places. And now he was inside there. He couldn't move. He couldn't talk. He couldn't watch anything. Just tied to a chair for eternity. For the sin of sloth.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so do we want to ignore the narrator again, or do we want to go...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Take the lift again? Okay, we can take the lift
This
again.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I was wondering if there's anything to be had if I were to play with
Stanley
the ball
was so
and just
bad at
stay in
following
that area.
directions. It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Is there anything to be had if I just stay in the Rocket League area and just play with the ball?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Oh, right click and moves you forward.
You've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's been waiting? Is it GLaDOS? I mean, we did break her heart and kill her, and tear her to pieces, and throw her to piece into a fire. It's so dark.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
She's been turned into a phone.
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Why is it plugged into a power outlet?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner?
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
Stanley. You're a real person.
Wait, he's on to
I
me.
can't believe I was so mistaken.
He's on to me.
This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
That's not how
Or
phones
did you
work.
not grasp the severity of the situation?
I might
Well,
not have
don't
one of these
that
phones, but I
kind
know
of
how they
risk on
work.
my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Phones need a phone line.
Choice. It's the
Those
best
phones
part
do.
of being a real person. But if
They don't
used
plug into
incorrectly,
electricity.
can
They never
also be
have.
the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could
Okay.
invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
You can forget how to read.
Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What is that?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
What?
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Oh.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should
fair.
subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
But see, look. The phone plugs into something. It's not the wall. It plugs into one of those phone things. I don't know what you call them, but it's like an outlet, but it's just a phone wire. We had one when I was young. I think my parents still have one. Oh, we're back here.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
Wait.
we can't have you jumping off the platform
Oh.
and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
It's much more safe from an OSHA standpoint. Fox pen? Yeah, I got trapped. How far are we going back?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh wow, that filing cabinet's in the wall. Okay, we'll go.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
If I could jump. Maybe just like Portal.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yeah.
You just had to see?
Yep.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
I don't want to be like Stanley.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you?
Nope.
You're a child.
Maybe.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Again?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Oh, it just
That
reset.
means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, we'll go left. We already tried that. It just resets. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Make sure you slide a slick blue graphic at the header and all throw some level in all the text. So your calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. How do I make it change? Oh, there we go. Number of slides on this slide. Charge slide, size, and... Okay, I've lost interest. Let's go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wow, it's very nice up here. Wow, this is an office.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay
Business
all
strategy.
the answers
Shoot
to his
pandas,
questions.
apparently.
And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Apparently I can't talk.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
What?
Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
What? Nope, doesn't work.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect.
What mic?
The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He
My
knows
mic?
what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
Dan.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Is that it?
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
Yeah,
Do
good game.
something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The
I thought we
story
broke
needs
him.
it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You're listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay.
This is the only ending that shows the credits?
It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
The narrator's broken.
Take as much time as you need.
I bet there's an ending for just staying in this room. Like if I just don't leave. So you know what? I'm gonna go brush my tail. Okay? I'm gonna go brush my tail. And we'll see what happens, okay? I'm actually gonna take my headset with me. Alright, hold on. Okay, nothing happened. I was expecting something to happen. Nothing happened. Where's my... Okay, let me plug my headset back in. I really thought something would happen here. Okay, I guess we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Close the door. Close door 7. How do I close it? Could I have closed the door? Wait, what? Can I close it without going through?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Alright, we can go back. I know exactly how to get back. I got a plan. Check it out.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not
I
the
got a
correct
plan.
way to the
I got a
meeting
plan.
room, and Stanley knew it
No, I have a
perfectly
plan.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No, I got a plan.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to
Right,
business,
let's go.
Stanley took the first
I know exactly
open
what to
door
do.
on his left.
I know exactly what to do. Hold on.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Lemmings!
ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do,
I took the shortcut back to
Stanley
the
leapt
office.
from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yep, good job, Stanley. Alright, look, back up. Alright, back in the office. Here we go.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that.
Exactly.
No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days.
Well,
Had
wouldn't he
years
have died?
gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
Good luck, Stanley.
Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay, we're back. Okay, let's go.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as
Oh.
soon as he found a new space he felt safe in,
I thought
that
we
he
were
would
started.
never leave it again in his life.
Oh no, I thought we were... I wonder if there's... I should have done it again. I can't go back. Crap. Wait. Quack. I put it in. I got input. Alright, so you want to go right then left?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It wouldn't let me.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had
Wait, this is
never
different.
known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply,
Truly
madly
happy deepy.
love.
I don't know, maybe? Wait, sodas are $1.25.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though
Oh.
all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It always was different? Really?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
didn't
took
know.
the first open door on his left.
Alright, now you want me to go left?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
There's a big red button there, though.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
He doesn't actually know. It could be anywhere.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Is it this one?
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
I like the narrator. He's very funny.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh. That's a truck. Can I get in the truck? This is the kind of area that I would hesitate to go.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay. Don't let me close it. Okay, I can't close the door. I'm trying to trick it. It's too clever for me. It's too clever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, it's too smart.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. This time there's not waiting input. It's different. Unless there's another office. Is there another office?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh,
There's lots of doors.
Change. Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, now we have too many choices. Wait. Ah, I can't jump. Alright, but these two merge together. These two merge together. And those two go different ways. We already saw those two. Let's go this way. Okay, this way. We got this way. Wait. That way. And holy crap.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I did bad. Okay. Okay, it still won't let me shut the door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
See, I can't input again. There's no input.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
There's no
I
doors.
might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Wait, that wasn't there. Was that there before? Can you tell me what the serial number of the number 1112800 is?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Alright, here we go. Wait, now everything is blue. It's blue, ba-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. Also, is this even possible? Hey, hold on. Right? 2 right. 3 right. 4 right.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
I don't
Do
know.
you remember, Stanley?
How should I know?
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
I did it!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay. Gee. I wonder what happened. What changed? Something changed. I can't quite put my finger on it.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, guess we follow the line. Wait. That hasn't been opened before. That's never been opened before.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
No, okay. He's given up. Alright, the line goes, let's go this way. Oh, we can play some solitaire.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Yep.
Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Just a bit.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going
Okay.
with all that.
Where are we going?
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Also, I think I need to reset my model. Yeah, Zelric requested, but I had to stop playing it because it scared me. It's so loud. Hold on a second. I need to reset my model. It's looking way down. There we go. Yeah, so that game scared me, Ash. I don't like games where it has me going into my folders on stream. So I had to stop it. What's up, Derek? What about it? Huh? What's wrong? What about it? Wait, that's weird. It's showing text. Why is it showing text? Oh. Is that better? I didn't notice. Sorry about that. Wait. Wait. Can I get turned around? I just circled around and came back to it. Question mark. Yeah, I'm not opposed to playing it, but I don't think I can't play it on Steam. Oh, this line is getting crazy. Hey, look, there's a payday mask. I haven't seen any of those in a while. A comic strip? Wait, what'd I miss? Wait, what? Hang on, the line goes... This doesn't match. What? Look, it doesn't make any sense. We got a choice.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You
Nope.
won't want to miss anything.
Not a chance. Let me go back this way. Wait, it's no longer like that. It looks like we already solidified our choice. I don't care a bit about this fern. Let's go.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Alright, let's go back in here. Nope. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Uh-oh, we're back here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
We didn't really restart. Hello?
You
Narrator?
know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
I've been trying to do that the whole time.
Exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay. We're just walking.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Alright, I'm gonna ignore it. Ignore the line. Okay, it left.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Okay.
From here, the story is in our control.
I noticed
How
it.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Hey, what? They didn't open the door. Alright, deviate from the maintenance room, end up in the monitor room.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
There's
So
no
now,
longer an office
according
into
to the
black space,
schedule, I
wander in the black space,
restart
find a
again.
bookstore, get
Then
pulled and
what?
leave.
Am I
There-
just supposed to forget?
Stanley
What if I
dies.
don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Oh, thank you for the
Why
pets.
don't I get a say in all of this? Is it
You
really-
got it.
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we
Oh, you
just
can
wait.
crouch.
You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Exactly.
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, game restarts on its own.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the
Oh,
pressure.
it actually did
What if
restart.
he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing
wait.
will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy
Forever.
forever. I will be happy.
And ever,
Stanley
and ever,
waited.
and ever,
Hours
and ever,
passed,
and
then
ever.
days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will
Someday.
end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
You think?
Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Wait, this is different. Isn't it? Didn't it exit into an office before? Wait.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Should we try the ending of the narrator's story now? Or are we still in the confusing ending? So you don't want to go left? You want to go right again? Xerxes is left. It looks like it restarted. Alright, we've got 2 votes for left. Go left. I don't think we've ever been left before. Oh wait, we have.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What do you want? Happy feelings. Violet James, you're fired. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Graphs about things and money. Got it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I wrote this in first period and left it on your locker on the way to second. It's what all the cool kids are doing. I've decided if we write me back. Also, here's an idea for something to draw 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is sending each other pages on their... We're cooler than them because we can do... I don't know. It's too small. Wait, we got a car.
But
Let's go.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
I did?
Admitting
When?
he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Could be
All
crazy.
of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
Maybe they were raptured and everyone
And
was
as
very
Stanley
religious.
pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he
He's
looked
right.
down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever
I noticed that
he
already.
went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Okay.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while
But
I'm
he's
still
not...
lucid.
I don't
So,
think he's bored. He
imagined
likes it.
himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
We did it.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Isn't that normal?
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts,
Yeah, it could
he
be.
thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Maybe.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Where's his feet?
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a
Really?
dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
I don't want to stop the
He
dialogue.
would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
He's married?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine.
I am okay.
I am Knuff.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Wait, what?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well, it's not often I see a body I didn't make myself. Wait, I hear a phone ringing.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you
Why
to pick
here?
up on your way home from work today. We need milk,
This isn't my
cereal,
office.
dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. Why did she call this cube? That's not my office. How to use help. I haven't seen the input thing over here again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Could be, I guess. Alright, we're going left again? I feel like we've already seen everything the right door has to offer. Check all the computers. I've been checking them. I haven't seen anything of note. Well, now there's no computers. Yeah, this door I can mess with, but it's already open.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Whoa, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here, no choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I guess he'd pick up anything. I'm a mop bucket.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Yeah, we're just chilling. I could take a wrench. I could be like Gordon Freeman.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Yeah, they got some tools in here.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Wow. He's really going all out.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
That feels like that's it, right? That's gotta be it, right? See, without you guys, my attention span, I would have left a while ago. I have no patience. I mean, you can hear how fast, like how often I'm clicking on stuff. Nothing here to click on. There's bare sheetrock. I would break it. Okay, I'm be patient. Look, I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here patiently. Very patient. I'm very patient. It feels over. Like seriously, it feels over. I mean, it felt like the end. Hey, Lou said, when you're done, step out in the hallway. Are you guys sure? That's it? There's more? You guys all said it wasn't. I said it was over. You guys said it wasn't. I've never played this game.
Ah, second player.
That's all right.
It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
It's fine. All right,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We already went downstairs. Should we go downstairs again? Go back in? Go back in the closet? Oh no. Wait. Which door do we come out of? Was it this one?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his
Oh, no, we
post
just
during
repeated.
work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Hi, the narrator. What's
All
up?
of my
What question you
co-workers
got?
blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he
I don't
looked
know anything
down?
about a bucket.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally
this
found
is
an
Deluxe.
answer, an explanation. His
Oh.
co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He
How do
wasn't
you-
crazy after
I don't want to begin the game
He
again.
thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back
Right?
to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
That won't quit it? I don't understand.
So, he
It's
imagined
fine.
himself
We'll sit through it
flying
again.
and began to gently float above the ground.
Makes me nervous.
Then he imagined himself soaring through
Restart.
space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken.
It'll be okay? Okay. So begin the game again is the right thing? That's the right thing? Okay. Oh, I didn't. No. Let me out.
But Stanley simply
Oops.
couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
I didn't mean to do
He had
that.
never been trained for.
Didn't mean to do that. Oops. No clip. I don't
All
have
of
any
his co-workers
cheats
were
on.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That window?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find
doesn't
a
work.
trace of his co-workers.
Wait. Input. We found it. Okay, we're putting input in. I have to get on a chair? I have to get on a chair and try to, like, clip out the window? I have to get on a chair. Chair. Doesn't seem to work. You need a bucket? Wrong one. I'm getting conflicting information. Do not need a bucket. Not this chair. This chair? I climbed up on this one originally, but it wouldn't let me jump, so I stopped trying. Oh, hey, we fell out the window.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Poor guys.
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Okay, so I guess we have to restart, don't we? Is he gonna talk more? Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Alright, we restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's silly.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
It's interesting, though.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Right.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Alright, I think we're sick of the gag.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart
He's
the
got a good
game
point.
any old time you want. Like right now. You
Should
could
we
have
get
done
the
it just
bucket?
then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Big stretch.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite
Oh, thank you for the
terrible.
follow.
And if you are not
I
strong
appreciate it, narrator.
and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
I was like, what is that at the top? I must have moved and looked. don't think so. You seem quite fine to me. KZCon. Alright, this is starting to feel like a loop again. Yeah, it definitely feels like a music loop at this point. Alright, start over. Alright, so we have to go out one more time to get the bucket. Whatever the bucket is. Oh, I walked into it. Wait, what?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait, I'm confused. Did something happen? The bucket on Ash's head, get the bucket later? Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright, let's go up. We've already been down
Coming
twice.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, there's a bathroom now. Wait, this door opened. I get the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms. Bath guy testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ash on your porcelain? Faucets, pipes, offshoots. Time. The bucket is a myth. Whoa, this door open now. What? There's an elevator. Doors monthly. Help I couldn't find my cat. Could be. It's an elevator. What if we go up? What's up? I'm listening. Oh yeah, I do hear him. What? We came out in the same place. Bars get 3 circle stacked buckets in your inventory. So just this elevator just doesn't go anywhere. Right? Okay. Well, the elevator doesn't go anywhere. Wait, didn't someone say you could like face the elevator? You didn't steal a body?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Orchestra,
what dark
piano.
secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Certificate of pompousness.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yep, Stanley would never know that.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
That's number 8. Hey guys, you want to be immature? Check.
2845.
Hold on. We're gonna be immature. Haha, look what we wrote. We're number 5.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, he did it for us. Oh, I thought that was like a giant bird's nest or something. Wait, is this an elevator? Is this an actual elevator? Go down.
Descending deeper into the building,
This is the
Stanley
high-quality
realized
elevator
he
content
felt a
you've come to
bit
expect.
peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question
I tried to
the
go up.
nature of his job. Why did he feel this now?
He wouldn't
when
let me
for
go up.
years
I
It
tried.
had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay, more elevator
Whoops.
content.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just
More
can't
elevator
wait
content.
to find out.
I got you guys. I'm giving you guys the content you all want. Okay, we're back. We get back in the elevator. More elevator. They won't let me push. There's no. Oh. I'll just fade the door shut behind me.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
More elevator
Ladies
content.
and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Oh, it just skipped it. Do you guys want to go back up? Not enough elevator content?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
We go up.
I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
I like the music.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
I used to have one of those little drinky birds. I have no idea how it worked.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay. Let's go back down. We may have broken the narrator. I think if we come back up one more time, he might
Of course.
give up on us.
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
Yep.
A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
So you think, back up? Back up we go.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Exactly.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now.
Yeah, Drake, aren't you the one who told me that don't do what you're told?
To be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
That sounds fun.
Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, good, we're here.
This is different.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's health. Oh, I thought it said unhealthiest. The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. Stanley live on stage. All eyes on Stanley. Stage door that way.
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
Alright, let's go this way. Stage,
All right,
welcome, Stanley.
are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Remember where you came from your coworkers.
It looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Break a leg, champ, your boss. Story. Stanley meet Dad. Dad, age 6. I love the way you ride elevators. Thanks for showing me the cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Don't tell stories with you. Until a few goes every day, you make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. Your wife from the apartment ending. The boss sent 2 notes saying break a leg, champ. That's great. This way? The dude who came up with pizza. Bum, bum, bum. Hooray! I got no legs! Bum, 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 bum. I'm so famous! And we're back here.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of
We already
sugar,
heard this.
some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Did she say thanks, lady? I thought she said that the first time, but I wasn't sure. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba. Bum, bum. Wait, new content. Oh, could be sweetie.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Can I go back behind the door? No, guess not. Yeah, I left the stage. Oh, I didn't know. Leave it for later? Okay. I don't know. I'm so confused. What do you guys think? New content or not new content? We're still learning stuff. No. Okay, so do the new content? Okay. Boom, boom. Alright, whatever, we go. Why not? You think this cage can hold me? Dun, ba, da, ba. I mean, I was gonna go that way because I wasn't sure.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
kind of a
The
monorail.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Are you guys delighted?
Please
You seem delighted.
step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Hey, look, we got another elevator,
Okay,
maybe.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but
There's no
I'm
buttons.
sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Okay. I don't see any buttons, though.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, we're
there
going.
we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Oh,
Give
here
me
we
the
go.
content, Stanley.
All right, let's go. Let's get back in the elevator. Okay. It's a jump circle.
All
we can
right.
jump?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Can we jump? We can jump! But only in the circle. We jumped out of the circle. The most requested feature. You guys have any idea how many times I would have jumped this game if it were an option? You can only do it in the circle anyway. Oh.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I couldn't jump outside the circle anyway. KZCon, so it was just a waste. Oh, got another elevator.
Goodness, another elevator.
This
Stanley,
just started right away.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Apparently
if this
so.
is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more.
Oh, here we
Very
go.
good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
All right, here we go. The plant.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
A dying website, I think. Now it's all different.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I mean...
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
The vent? Okay.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Wait. Oh, I was hoping to make him talk again. Okay. Well. The end. We died. Oh.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Alright, where are we going? Oh, that looks cool. It's like Skyrim.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the waste.
Oh, that's funny that they copied, like, the British, they ordered to The Last of Us. They just put tape over it and stole the award. That's funny. Good times. Our first kiss by first car of the week of Stanley Parable. What do I like this thing? Oh, they actually have that? I believe that one. Smile because it happened. The dollar. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. There's an achievement to don't play for 5 years. Unachievable, it's impossible to get this achievement. There's an achievement to not play for 5 years? Hold on. Don't play for 10 years? Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday? Click on door 435 times? $10 years. How do you play it for the entire duration of a Tuesday? That's 24 hours.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est la pluie de l'eau.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the
After I
original
retire,
Stanley
KZ
Parable
Con.
was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
Apparently so.
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Wait, should we go back to the original? What is this? I thought we should go back to the original. I'm just not sure. What's down here? Oh, we must go down. Let's go that way. Okay. Person of the year. Numbers 29.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Technically,
It
10 out of
didn't
10 is
need
perfect.
anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Wait, how do we get in here? I don't think we can get in there. Alright, let's go back this way.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online
no.
video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
That's the thing about nostalgia. You remember the good stuff. You don't remember the bad stuff.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Is this a real review?
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
You know, the funny thing is, I'm hoping to be retired and not have to work at my day job by the time I get this achievement, the 10-year achievement. That'd be great.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be
Wait, this
honest,
one's
I had
recommended.
always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable
There
isn't
is
quite
no
as
such
sterling
thing
as
as
I always
something that everyone
remembered.
enjoys. It's very sad. I mean, I've had people come in here and say, "Oh, you're boring." Okay. If I'm boring to you, you probably should stop watching. That's just the way it is. I am what I am.
What's this one got to say?
One.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a
I actually
skip
somewhat agree
button.
with this. Well, thanks, Drake.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes,
I
think
do
we can
often
that.
wait, but it's like
If
all
I'm
these
truly
games.
too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's
what's
my
going
motto
on?
today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Alright, I guess we go this way. We got a skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped. Oh,
I thought it'd be ironic to
you
do it
You were
immediately.
only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but
Do it
if I
again?
had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the
Oh, I
button.
haven't been
The
watching
minute
the
I
time.
start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's
Let's watch
right
time.
at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe
That's like
30,
2:12?
45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there.
Oh, that's why
I
the
don't
clock
know why
didn't
the
move.
skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is
Door's
gone.
gone.
It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting
planet
here
died.
all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to...
Nope. It's dark now.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you
year?
ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of
Yeah, that actually reminds me of something I read recently. It was an idea. It was like one of those push the button things, where you can push a button, and you'll be trapped in a room, a completely white room with no books, no movies, no entertainment of any kind, by yourself, for 1 year. And at the end of the year, you return to your life at the instant you left it, but with $10 billion.
Deepest longing to undo the
It's a very, very dangerous thought. You do it? I think you would go crazy. I think you'd just be insane after a year. Yeah. I think you'd just be insane. Oh, hey, the smoke detector's going off. That's kind of annoying. What if already crazy? I mean, I think you would be like you wouldn't be lucid.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point.
Yep.
It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes?
It's a form
Where
of
are the
torture.
jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
I'd probably do it for a week for like a million or something. 1 week for 1 million? I'd probably do that. Are we waiting for this like room to break down? Because that's brick. It's gonna take a while.
The end is never the end, 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 is
He's
never
going
the
crazy.
end, is never the 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 end, is never
Water's
the
dripping.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
The water drips are getting better. Yeah, I think the building is being eroded from the outside. Wouldn't we drown at some point? The water keeps dripping in. It also might erode the floor. I don't think it's... Now it's been hundreds of years. I think. Well, the review wanted a skip button to skip the dialogue. Oh, the sun's out. Alright, well, oh, plants are growing. Have you played the Portal 2 Reloaded? Where you actually have a time factor? Wait, where'd all the plants go? This pile of dirt's getting bigger, I think. Oh, the button's broken. Put a 1, 2 in RTX. Oh, everything's gone. They destroyed it all! There's nothing as far as I can see. Can I climb up? I want to climb up and look. That's when all the plants died. Do we just go back? Oh, we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How to use help. Wait, wasn't there a thing, an achievement for pounding on 430?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes, I'm just doing it for the achievement.
5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No,
Yes.
no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20
I already done that.
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Give me the achievement.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Okay. I can click very fast. So many clicks.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a
What?
willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
No. I'm clicking on this door. I'm just, well, now I don't want to say. So I played a lot of idle games. I actually,
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
where's 437? Like here? Wait, where's door 437? Oh.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay, 415.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Which one? This one?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
So I used to play Clicker Heroes a while back, and then there was another one, Time Clickers.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Where's 416? Where's 416? Oh no! So we can't do it! How do we do it? Broke it. I'd argue that they broke it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I would argue that they broke it, not me. Oops.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay. We already did the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, up we go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
Okay,
Stanley
what could it all
wondered
mean?
aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
There's a camera up
What
there.
could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the
There's not
terrible
enough.
secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't
got it.
possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
It's a miracle.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Alright, we should take the hallway, right? We got the elevator up and down. Alright, the hallway. Alright, to the hallway.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Oh, we saw a
Control
picture of this in
Facility.
the memory thing. Boop, 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 boop.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
It's possible. I guess we'll find out.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
That's an incinerator, isn't it? Nope, just a giant hole in the ground. We are dead. Oh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Well, bye-bye. Wait, what?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
But wouldn't it also break the thing I was in?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Interesting. Yeah, there's the office. Those are sounds used throughout the game in a bunch of pressed. The credits. Hey, give me just a second. I'm gonna go brush my tail. I'll be right back, okay? You brush. I'm back. Yes, I believe so. So many choices. Boss's office. They got several different looks to it, apparently. I haven't seen all of them. Mind control facility.
Example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game
Stanley
design.
stood on the snow.
But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
Yeah, Unity is very powerful. There's a freedom ending. Countdown ending. The countdown room. Yeah, I feel like this is like a lot of spoilers I haven't seen yet. Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get my models to work. I don't know if you noticed, so I played some VR chat the other day, Ash. I don't know if you saw it. My model was like it was crazy. Like, my ears just flop all over the place. I'm sure my tail was doing weird things. My facial expressions were not static at all. So it's very, strange.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Flip it switch.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
Oh. I was confused. I was supposed to quit there, wasn't I?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Right, so can I do the thing again?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Yeah, I can't get it
can't
anyway,
just
so whatever.
give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. When Stanley
moving
came
on.
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Alright, go to the
Feeling
boss's
a
office.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming
Go in,
to
go
a
in.
staircase, Stanley walked
It's too late, I'm
upstairs
sorry,
to his
Zarek.
boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator
That's funny.
talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I don't find this calming at all. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it, no. Oh, I don't like this at all.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly
I don't know
walked
why.
forward
That
into the
like made my
opened
spine
passageway.
like my tail. I need to brush my tail again. It's all frizzy. That's not comforting. Okay, we'll go with new content next time, okay. So wait, did we already see this path? I don't remember.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Wait, should I escape and quit the game this time? Like, I feel like I have to, right? Or do we don't have time? How much time we got? It's not getting like that late. Screw it, let's go. You wanna go in the mind? You don't want me to quit the game and save them this time? Wait, what difference? It's not gonna make any difference, is it? We just go back to the start.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Oh, yeah,
What
we've been here, but
horrible
we were up there
secret
before.
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
Where is
nothing.
mine? 237. It's up there. It's one of these, I think. 237. There it is, 237. 5 down right there. I think. That's me, right? 237? Doesn't look right.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
241? Oh.
No. He refused
so it's
to
that one.
believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own
can't see it
life
anymore.
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and
Ow.
for all.
How do I break it? Oh, what is this? This is like the most evil swimming pool I've ever seen. And it's empty. Like, you know how pools sometimes have lights in them, but they're always like blue? Like, imagine like red lights. It make it look like you're swimming in blood. Actually, that doesn't sound too bad. Oh, there's more buttons. I need to hit these. Does it do anything? There's 3. I never found 4. I found 1, 2, 3, and 5. Wait, it's already off. Do I need to turn it
And
on?
when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that
Yeah.
what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn
It was
the
already
controls
off.
off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Time to go.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
All right, gotta
Now
go.
this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Time to go.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we
Oh,
have so
exit.
little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Oh.
But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Where was I? I didn't see it.
You'd
Oh,
like
this
to
one.
know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though.
I'm gonna get it. 1, 2,
This
3, 4,
version of
5.
the events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested
4.
away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You
Yeah, it
know
didn't
what?
work.
To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
There's no zero.
clicking on every little thing in this room.
Right.
These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Which wall? Like 0, 1, 4, 2. There's only
Stanley,
1, 2, 3, 4,
You're
5.
in for quite a disappointment.
There's no 0.
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces.
I don't see 0,
Will
1,
you
4,
cling
2.
desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I have no idea. I see numbers on the wall, but I don't know what to do.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
There was no answer. There's still like 5 inputs. Alright, so you wanna go with new content? Let's go.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright, let's go. Another elevator?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable
Okay.
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Well, I
Which is
figured it
why
wouldn't work. This
I'm
one I
very
just- I
proud
wanted
to
1, 2, 3,
announce
4,
for the
5.
first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh. A
Yes,
sequel.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe?
Just the
What does
two
it
of
even
us.
mean?
We can
But
make
the
it if we
Stanley
try.
Parable
Just
2,
the two
now
of
that's
us.
an artistic
You and
statement
I.
right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Never underestimate a coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. That's very specific.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that
That's
surely
who took
the
the red
game
marker?
will sort
Me.
of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
How many games have I played? Portal 2, yes. Half-Life 2, yes. I haven't played Batman Arkham Asylum. Divinity Original Sin 2, I played that. Doom 2, yes, I played that. Aladdin 2, I haven't played Dark Souls 2. I played most of them. The show floor. New features. Aladdin is the movie? Oh, I've seen the movie. So the only one I haven't played is Batman Arkham Asylum.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Exclude the button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Merchandise. I saw the new content. Interesting. Reassurance bucket. There's a bucket up here. Should we get the bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the
Yep.
bucket is
Okay.
the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay, bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Interesting.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm taking the bucket. You keep the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yeah, I guess we can go in here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
That makes no
sense. Which would you go with?
Those are both terrible choices. Is there... oh. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece. Let's go with Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
That's really random. Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Moving on. Wait, was that there before? Oh, the jump circle. Oh, there's no jumps left.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I've only done one ending, I think. Or unless you... I don't know what counts as an ending. There's an infinite hole? Hear your name in the game. I don't want that.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I don't know that I like that.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified.
Oh.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as
congratulations
Jim to
to,
really simulate the
Jim,
full experience
whoever,
of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love
Right.
it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
remember my name is
forget
Jim.
whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Okay.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all
Okay.
of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Right.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I was just thinking, like, a place to work out. What is highlight? What's that? I don't know what that is. The bucket's just clanking.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh, an achievement. Let's go get the achievement. What's the achievement? We get a free, easy achievement. Pull lever, receive your achievement. No more steps. Let's do it.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature.
Oh.
Gamers,
If
We
you go down
hear
and save the
you,
world.
and I promise it will happen.
That's unfortunate. Gym tonight? Interesting.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I don't know. Moving up here. Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply
That is very
collect all of
satisfying.
them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, you look so sad.
God,
Wait, are
it
they-
really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Well, now I don't. Are there more in here? See, if I were them, I'd put in 4 of them. Or 5 of them. However, like one short of the achievement. What's up here? Moving up here?
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Is this not. Where's the hole? Oh, there it is. Infinite hole. Jump circle. Oh, that's the exit. Oh. Here we go. Collectibles. Wait, are they all in that room? Maybe they're all here. Oh. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. Okay. I gotta find the hole. Where's the hole? Oh, throughout the game? Settings World Champion. Settings World Champion. I don't know. Whatever. Let's go to the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling.
Oh, we had that
you
in
can
Portal.
fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Can I throw the bucket? Oh, I didn't mean to jump in.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Does it really go forever?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it
Yeah.
on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's not infinite, is it?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It is very far. Also, why didn't I die? Go ahead.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Back in the hole.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It really
I couldn't
did.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Yep, I'm so
I really
glad.
do have so much more to show
That's a
you
good thing we jumped in
and
that
to
twice.
talk about.
All right, let's
and
go to
I've
the
had
next
enough
thing.
of the hole for a lifetime.
Yep. Alright, we're done. Just kidding.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
See, this would be where it'd be funny to not go
Well,
in.
there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth,
I can
I
resist.
just
That was
can't
funny.
see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
I thought I missed it, but yeah.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working
I guess
just
we live
a
here
moment
now.
ago. Try it again.
Okay.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Yep.
Take care, Stanley. I
am
hope
good
you
at
and
that.
the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Can't I just climb on the bucket? You know, it actually sounds like DBD the Night Walking. Wait, it's going back down. It's an elevator. We've made a new elevator. Oh yes, thank you for the game, Ash. I appreciate it. I wish I could jump in it, but I understand. All games are better with jump. Let's change your perspective. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is cool. It's epic! Why don't we put the bucket down? Oh, hold on, gotta change. Oh, now we're a robot.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
Yeah, we can call the night the
because
bucket.
this hole is
I'll
just
try to remember.
so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Okay.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
That's kind of cool, though. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Wait, the button that says gym. Wait, did they change it? Have we seen everything? There was a map somewhere. I don't know if I ever saw the Settings World Champion. But it's right next to the office decorations. Right, there's the collectible, so it's back through there and then to the left, I guess. I guess that door's locked. Oh. Epilogue? There's the epilogue. Let's see, go through and go around to the right. Did we already get that? It's like over here, right?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Wait, where are we? The mostly infinite hole. Wait, what's up here? Oh. So it was not what I thought it was. Jump circle. Still empty. We saw the merch. I saw the merchandise. I just didn't do much time over there. Yeah, we saw the merchandise. Is that it? I think we saw everything. Scan the barcode. There's a barcode? What barcode? Where? Oh, that thing? You mean the QR code? Like what? Okay, hold on. I think my phone can do this. Let's see here. QR, do I have a QR reader? Yeah, there's one. Okay, hold on, I'm looking. Alright, QR code. Alright, what we got? Alright, it's a website for the StanleyParable2.com. Okay, we have scanned it. I have to do that? How many settings are there? That's like 5 million settings. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Let's leave. I think we're good. Exit. Exit. Stage left. I'm done. I think that would take more than the time we have left tonight to change all the settings. Like, just literally, just these things. That's probably what? That's 100. That's another 100. Just that's 10,000. And all those toggle things makes it like 60. No, it's gonna be like 200,000. Plus that other field, which makes it another a million.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here
Yep.
it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh man, why did I buy these cheap seats? I can't see anything.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
There's the
Who am I
epilogue.
kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
What's in the buckets?
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
That's it.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With
There it is.
respect. With care for the vision and
there it is.
integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
It's exactly the same thing. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Should I skip it or listen again?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Simple.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever
Pays the
change
bills.
Stanley.
I mean, it's not very
Something
much
he would
different than what
never
I do.
quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized
go?
that not one single
All right,
order
bye, Ash.
had
Have a good night,
arrived on
okay?
the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed
Yeah, I'm
up
not
to
gonna
give
go
him
too much longer.
instructions, call a meeting, or even say
An hour at the
hi.
most.
Never in
Probably
all
less than
his
an hour.
years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
And I'll throw this on YouTube
Something
later,
was
okay?
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
It'll take a while, though.
But as he
Probably like
came
a
to
week.
his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So we were literally just back where we started. Square one. But now we got the balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, can I get the achievement now?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What's
Click
he
a
do?
door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Wait, 416 is closed again. I can do it. I can do the achievement again.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the end of the
cause.
stream.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
All right, let's do it. Oh.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors.
Okay.
Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Okay. Go.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Okay.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Bucket love. I've got to
Now back to door number
get away.
437.
I've got to run away. This bucket love we share, I've given
You know,
more of
I
love
think the
than
copy
you
machine needs some attention. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling
Yes,
it
it
now.
did.
I think we're getting somewhere.
Well, at least the door's shut now, so we can actually do it.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Okay, where's the copy machine? Oh, it's back here. This bucket love we share.
Finish it
I've
off,
given
Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
We did it!
Wow! That felt
Achievement.
amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Right, checked all the computers.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wait, let's go for the ending.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah, the dialogue all changed.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Go bucket. Alright, this way.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket's never wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
That's funny.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
All right,
Okay,
what we
let's
got?
begin.
Dun, dun, dun.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Wait, what?
Not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D
What?
printed recreation of a
Oh,
bucket,
no.
not an actual bucket.
Ah! This is not going how I planned at all.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect.
Oh.
This is a bucket.
I almost went yes on that one.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Why is the conveyor belt big enough to hold a tractor?
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? They keep throwing me for a loop.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? It's both a bucket and not a bucket?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And
That's very
therefore
clever.
nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Oh, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Is nothing a bucket? Yes? No? Yes? We got one vote for yes. We go yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am
I a bucket?
A bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Alright. Okay, I'm gonna try for the speedrun
What
achievement.
happened? Is everything gone?
Everything's
Why
a
did everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Everything was a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
He's not a bucket
and
after
you,
all.
Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not
buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
Hooray,
but
we
it doesn't
got
change
clarity.
the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Artwork?
All right, here we go.
What about it? Oh, there's artwork. Oh, hold on, look at the artwork. Oh, there's a bucket. Fox with a bucket. Okay, we got a speedrun. We're speedrunning.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No.
Oh.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
I know there's an achievement to get to, like, the ending in, like, short time. Speedrunning. Alright, we're gonna go right, and then cross the lift. And then we're
When
gonna go...
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Wait,
and
was the
Stanley
bucket
knew
there?
it perfectly
I didn't see the
well.
bucket.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was.
Alright,
The
speedrun.
lounge. But eager to get back to business,
Speedrun.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Speedrun.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Alright, let's go answer the phone.
I'm not
I think
your
that's an
enemy,
ending.
really, I'm not.
Wait,
I
there's a
realize
collectible
that
right there.
investing your trust in someone else can
How do
be
we get over there?
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
How do we get over there?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
You have to fall?
She's been waiting.
Alright, there's the
That's
phone.
her, Stanley. You need to be the...
Do we speedrun? Did we win?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
What?
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I really didn't. He's too
Who'd want
crazy.
to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Okay.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
And so his mind just fell apart?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay, let's not do it. I think it just freezes here.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose.
We're not so different,
I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
Okay.
Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Was that the apartment ending? That wasn't even an ending. I don't know what else to do. I feel like we've done everything. We can try to go get that thing.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I mean, I know there's more. I mean, grab the bucket again. Bring the bucket now.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Are you gonna go the same way or a different way?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Which way are we taking the bucket? Taking the bucket. Left? There we go, left.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Marking Mondays, termination Tuesdays, were broke Wednesday, Thursday mergers, pranking floor 5 meeting. I refunded the points for Outcore. I just can't stream it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight
I'm
of
not
this
putting the points in
revelation,
again.
Stanley may
the
have
code in
broken
again.
down into an emotional dumpster fire if
No, I
not for
took
the
Witcher
soothing
off.
presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would.
Oh, there's a
And he
Pando thing
knew
down
it.
there. That's weird.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
You might have to refresh.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
It might not let me update that quick.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. $2845.
Now it's gone. Yeah. Sometimes I think you just have to refresh.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, what did he do?
Okay, we go down here. Oh, hey, look at that.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yeah, he looks very sad. Okay, going down. Ride the elevator down. Do you want to do the elevator up and down thing or not?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
Wait, so,
reassuring
hang on.
that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
All right, I'm
door
going
that
this way.
read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Why don't you bring the bucket here? Also, this makes no sense, because look at those... Those things would crush...
As the machine
container
whirred
around.
into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to
That's
be.
kind of funny.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Yeah, it just crushes.
Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah, it freezes again.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Well, I don't have the bucket anymore. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history will have true. Now, it's the only true knowledge we have. Will you take what you learn here out with you in the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take
That
a
is
bucket
way more than
like
25
this
buckets.
and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
This bucket is strict as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. That's definitely more than 25 buckets. Like, if I had to estimate, I'd say that's about 250 buckets. Inferno Bucket, a reckless Inferno Bucket, which immediately was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, one simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. I can't take it. The stress bucket analogy: worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Coping strategies equal holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. The stress bucket presented without commentary. A cave drawing of the bucket. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we don't know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been around, likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This is distance inevitably is for our own good. Do we just jump? Take the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that
Okay,
will
what do we
right
do?
this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
I was not expecting that. I thought she'd be like, oh, so you must save the bucket. Do it for the bucket. Okay, so you want to grab the bucket, go back to the boss's office, step in, and then step
All of
back
his
out?
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I think so. What's wrong with it? Figuring finders can be today in the meeting room. So we're grabbing the bucket, we're gonna go into the
The
boss office.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Alright, we're going left, we're going to the boss
Stanley
office.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. Oh! Stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Okay, I know that. A private but smelly place for... Oh! That's in the boss's bathroom. Alright, so... I'm betting one of them is down here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Closet?
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
They really capture the expression. You wanna go in the broom closet? Did I already pass it? I think I already passed the closet.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn
Yeah,
between
sorry.
Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Well, this elevator doesn't do anything. Alright. So go in and go out. Wait, what'd I do? Oh. We did something. Hey, I found the closet. Can we go in the closet now? Is it too late? Trust the completionist instinct. Too late, okay. I do remember that. Where are we going? Did I break it? Wait, this door's open now. You're now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. It's so dark. Six. Climb. Escape base. Escape. Oh, do you need to keep walking? So dark. Just keep walking. Oh. I got something. I see something. The escape pod. Let's hop in. We're sending the bucket to freedom. Goodbye, bucket. Be free. That was random. Okay, so when we take the bucket into the closet. That's the one we just got?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Okay, there's no bucket now. The bucket got out. Alright, so let's see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
Crap.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Can I go back
just
through?
to admire it.
Can I take the left door and get over there?
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
If I
left.
go this way, right?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I was going for the collectibles. I know where they are now. There will be a reward for finding them all. I guess we'll go do the same thing. See which way we
Coming
go.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hey, walk in. Oh, hold on. It's not letting me. Alright, let's see here. We went in the washroom. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money crisp. It's not letting me.
Okay, I think we all...
Okay. So we're going for it again. This might be the one we end on. Because we have been going for about 12 hours. If you guys want to request this again, we can place it, look for some more endings. But, yeah, I think we're reaching the point where I am ready to sleep. Right now we do it without the bucket. Wait, you think the bucket's there waiting for us? Portal 2 or Witcher 3? Read the text as I walk. What text? I don't see any text. I mean, I see what you guys are saying. I'm crazy at doing over again in Witcher 3 or Portal 2. There's no text. It's too dark. Escape pod, launch bay. We go. More text on that. I'm confused. I didn't see any text. Wait, what? Did I miss something? What'd I miss? What should I do now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What more text? I'm confused. What more text? I work agitate my boss. There is no escape. I take the bucket. Screw it. I thought
And
it'd be.
try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
They said there was a freedom. All right, we're going this way.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay, how do I get down there?
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Collectible.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll
On
be
the poster?
different people by then.
Oh.
Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
There's conditions. Use the escape pod. This is new.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
I'm listening.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels
Everything is different
so...
when the bucket is here.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Alright.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
But something killed him. Is that an ending? Okay. So we don't pick up the bucket.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from
So you have
then
to
on,
read
he would never be alone ever again.
How to do it. Alright, take the bucket. Let's go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, go, go, go. So I know where to find the last one. That might be a good thing to end on. Do you still want me to go in the broom closet, or does it not matter without a bucket? That's probably a bucket thing, right? Yeah, yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Let's try
boss's
this thing
office.
again. Oh wait, it's already open. No, it's not open.
Here's the door.
Gotta go back. We retrace. So we have to read what we have to do to pull this off. So we have to read the thing. What do we have to do? Oh, I didn't read it the first time. Oh, I'm sleepy though. We're not taking the bucket. It's so far. Okay, so it's 760. I just have to read the thing. I mean, I remember seeing a horror movie one time where a guy thought he was being attacked by, like, zombies. And it turned out he was just crazy and he was murdering a bunch of innocent people. It was a Christmas horror movie. He was dressed as Santa Claus. He thought he was being attacked by the Krampus. Okay, so there's a sign that tells you what we have to do. Warning, entering the escape pod will initiate a relay. No trigger cannot be disabled or paused. Both the narrator and player must be present in order. How do I get the narrator here? How do I get the narrator here? So I need the narrator. Why is the narrator not here now? I guess I gotta go back and find the narrator. Oh, it's so far. I can't do it now. Whatever, we reset. Alright, let's go get the last collectible and call it a night. I need to sleep.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, we found
Stanley
another one.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We almost have that as well. I don't know what that means, though.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I just want a
Perhaps he wanted
collectible.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
We're
it.
speed running.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright,
Stanley
there's
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley.
I did it.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Alright, let's take the red door and...
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
What are you looking for?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, thank you for the
If we
pets.
just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
It's pretty pretty.
I actually feel happy.
Oh, they're so pretty. The blue blurs. Are they merging into something? Oh, got more colors. Now what? I tried. You can't jump off. I can go back the way I came. I mean, is there something to see? I mean, yeah, we got the pretty lights. Should I go back? I can go back. See, that makes it feel like you're blacking out. It's so very bright now. We could be dying, yeah.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Does it just go on forever? I feel like it's almost done. If more lights start appearing, I'm gonna go back in. Yeah, more lights start appearing. Alright, we go.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, there's one way to end the game. Goodbye, cruel world.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I think we're almost a lot slower now. Here, look at all the pretty lights.
There. See? This is what you want.
Oh,
this
well.
is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I mean, couldn't you just turn off the stairs? Or...
No. No, no. What are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Okay, back to the room.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
I will. I will.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Do you have to do it a few times in a row, or?
No, perhaps not.
Oh, is it repeating? I can't tell. I do feel like it's getting slower.
My God, Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Huh?
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Teasing you.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
He's still broken. This is a little happy drawing.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Alright, there's a good stopping point. Alright, so we're getting out of here. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll be back on tomorrow morning. In less than 12 hours, we'll be back with Chess Puzzles, Dead by Daylight, and of course, Beat Saber. So yes, hugs for everyone. Happy Foxmas. It's still a bit early, but, you know, Happy Foxmas all the same. So we will do... Yeah, so this game, I guess that's this game. I'm gonna go get some... I need a shower. I need to make my bed, and I need to get some sleep. So good night, everyone. Sleep well and have wonderful dreams. I hope to see you guys. I mean, I will try to stream on Christmas. I don't know if I will be able to. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be back in time, because that's like on a Monday. It is one of my normal stream days. I will try if I get back in time. I don't know what time I'll get back, though. At the very least, I'll try to just pop into Discord when I get home from the family stuff. So we'll see. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Fox out. Night-night.